1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2.
Is it on? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the regulatory section of the hybrid meeting of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee. Can I ask everyone to please mute their microphones at all times unless invited to speak by myself? For those of you who are physically in the council chamber, can I please remind you that when speaking into your microphone, you need to wait until you see yourself on the screen so the live feed can pick up your comments. If you speak before your image is projected, those listening on the live feed or via Zoom will not hear anything you say. This is obviously particularly important in the case of a vote being required. Audio recording is being used to assist in preparing formal minutes. Therefore, anyone participating in the meeting consents with being recorded and being live streamed on YouTube. So before we start, agenda item 1, any apologies? I see no lights on. Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Ashley Mann.
Thank you. Agenda item Alderman Barr.
Thank you, Chair. No apologies. Just to wish you well in the fourth and the oncoming year, and to your Vice Chair as well. You've plenty of experience around you. Lean into the experience I'll hand there beside you. You've got plenty of experts to your left and right. Lean into them, and feeling that, I give you permission to give Gareth a shout, you know. But no, wishing you all the best, and to your Deputy Chair for the oncoming year. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Barr. Really appreciate that. Move on to declarations of interest. We can take them now or as we go along throughout the meeting. Agenda item number 3, report from Head of Planning. It's one item for information and it's an update on planning application caseload. I'll hand over to Damien Mulligan, the Head of Planning, to present this item.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Members, just give you some headlines around our planning statistics. And this covers the period from 25th of April to 31st of May. You'll note from the report, members, we issued 148 planning decisions over that period of time, and we received a total of 97 applications, leaving our live caseload at the 940, which you'll note is 40 or 43. To be precise, down from the last committee. So obviously going in the right direction in terms of driving caseloads down. You'll note as well, members, 5 applications called in during that period of time, which brings it to 6 for year to date. Happy to take any questions or queries, Chair. Thank you.
You, Damien. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, gonna come up. It was just around the NIEA sort of cessation of providing consultation responses. I'm wondering for our next meeting or whenever it's convenient, if we could get just a sort of a quantity of applications that are currently sort of in limbo due to that factor. I know NIEA they're saying they're not responding to, if I say raise something about one, they're not responding individually to people. They're just taking them on a case by case basis. But I'll just be curious to know how much that's holding up our progress on, particularly on farm applications. I think it'll be useful to know, because then, for reps, we could maybe be lobbying then for that situation to change or speed up.
Yeah, through the Chair. Yeah, thanks, Alderman Wilson. Yeah, look, firstly, I suppose the last meeting you did raise an issue about how many applications were being impacted by the ammonia issue, and we are working on those. It's not straightforward, but we are working to get a figure for members, and when we do have it, it'll be circulated to everyone, and hopefully that will be in the next couple of weeks. But yes, look, certainly in relation to your other query, we'll look into. There was a point at which NIA did say that they wouldn't. There was a pause in responding. Now that has been lifted, but look, happy to look into just which applications are being impacted by any sort of NIA delay, if you like, or any issues. So we'll come back to you on that one. Thanks.
Alderman Wilson, fine with that response? Yep, happy enough. I see no other lights on, so we'll go on to agenda item 4, report from head of building control. It's 2 items for information. Go 4.1 is report on Department for Communities roadmap improving safety in high-rise residential buildings. Tom Lavery is to present this report.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. Members will be aware that on the 14th of June 2017, 72 people tragically died in the Grenfell fire in London, and more than 70 others were injured. In the wake of the Grenfell fire, the Department of Finance convened an expert panel to review high-rise residential building safety here in Northern Ireland. And the panel's report, published in December 23, made recommendations that were consistent with Dame Judith Hackett's independent review of building regulations and fire safety in England. The report concluded that the current regulatory system for ensuring fire safety in high-rise and complex buildings is not fit for purpose. The Department of Communities has agreed to take this important work forward and address the expert panel's recommendations. And the panel have recommended that a full-time building safety team should be established, and this is to be known as the Residential Building Safety Division. This new division has been established, and they have now developed a roadmap, which is Appendix 1, which sets out the approach and actions required to start to improve, in the first instance, residential building safety here in Northern Ireland. The vision is based on the premise that the division will develop this remit after the initial 2 years to cover a wide spectrum of buildings and building safety issues, and may also include other building types found to have a higher risk to life safety. It's important to note that England has already introduced new building safety acts to address the concerns raised in the James Judith Hackett report. In Northern Ireland, the existing arrangements for the management of building safety spans 6 central government departments and all 11 councils. All have a degree of legislative and operational responsibility for various parts of the system, from design, construction, certification and oversight of fire safety, as well as the ongoing management of buildings through their life cycle. The expert panel have identified an urgent need for a widespread cultural change for everyone involved in the end-to-end building safety system. However, changing the culture alone will not bring about a transformation that is required. In parallel, there's an urgent need to overhaul and simplify the current over-complex system of approval, control, regulation of fire and building safety, particularly in high-rise residential buildings. Improvements to the system include those related to legislation, to policy and to processes, and these will be developed in consultation with a wide range of stakeholders, of which the Council is one. The initial work on the residential building safety team will include the properties as identified in the report, and the team have developed a 4-phase approach as noted in the report. And as part of the phased approach, there are several recommendations in the expert panel's report that need to be considered by councils, such as the Office of Building Safety should identify and define the roles, responsibility and accountabilities for professions, regulators, trades and management, etc. involved in the end-to-end process. They're also looking at the competency requirements and accreditations needed, and they need to be mapped out, and a procedural approach should be provided for specifying, recording and monitoring competency requirements across the board. They're also looking at synergies in central and local government to consider such things as those between planning policy, building regulations, health and safety, environmental health, and looking at planning and building control functions in local councils also. And finally, they're looking at an approval to proceed through an approved gateway is required for any new high-rise buildings or residential buildings or existing high-rise residential buildings which are subject to alterations as defined by the Office for Building Safety. Members, this report is for information, but if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to take them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tom, for the report. I see no lights on for that agenda item. So moving on to 4.2, report on building control and property certificate statistics. And here we'll present the report again. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this report to keep members informed of the workload being undertaken by the department during the first 2 months of this financial year. As members will see in Appendix 1, in April and May, we received 552 building regulation applications, which is up 64 on the same period of last year, with a notional construction investment value in the area of just under 32 million. We've also carried out 2,693 site inspections and undertaken 338 plan assessments and issued a total of 446 statutory notices. The department also continues to deliver the council's property certificate function at the conveyance of properties across the borough. And the last 2 months, we've received and administered 580 applications and issued 589 certificates to solicitors and agents relating to property sales. Thank you, Chair. This report is for members' information, but I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you, Tom, for the report. Much appreciated. Again, no lights on, so sit back and relax for a minute or two. Agenda item 5 is correspondence regarding planning fees. If anybody, it's been provided to everybody here, so if anybody has any questions on that, we can take them. Councillor Savage.
Thank you very much, Chair, and just to wish yourself and the Vice Chair all the best for the coming year. I note that it's an inflationary rise of 4%. Is there any modelling been done on how much that's potentially likely to lift, Tom, on figures that from previous years? Has any work been done on that? Oh, not you, Tom.
It's for that question will be for Damien, so I'll pass through to Damien now.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Councillor Savage. Yeah, 4% is likely to result in an increase in income of around 40 to 50,000 potentially per year for the council. So yeah, it's very positive news from a planning income perspective, and welcome news. But yeah, approximately in that's the ballpark.
Content with that, Councillor Savage? Thank you, and welcome yourself to the committee. Good to have you. Moment, guys, we're going to move on to agenda item 6, which is a confidential report. So I need a proposer and a seconder to move the meeting into committee. Proposed by Councillor Wilson and seconded by Alderman Kennedy. Members and online viewers, in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, we will now be moving into a confidential session of the council. This means that we'll be turning off the public feed of the meeting. This will be returned when the meeting is restarted. Can I ask the ICT officers to please turn off the live feed and proceed with me, or turn off the live feed and confirm with me within the confidential section of this meeting can proceed. Thank you. can IT advise me when we're live? We're live. Agenda item 8. Any other relevant business? I have none received. Are you taking another appointment? Yes. We're going to take a short break and be back here in here for 4:45. Give 10 minutes. Yeah. 4:45, guys. We'll come back and we'll start our planning. live feed is up and running. Yeah, guys, now we're heading to agenda item 7, applications for planning permission to be considered by committee. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the planning section of the hybrid meeting of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee. Can I ask everyone please mute their microphones at all times unless invited to speak by myself. For those of you who are physically in the council chamber, can I please remind you that when speaking into your microphone, you need to wait until you see yourself on the screen so a live feed can pick up your comments. If you speak before your image is projected, those listening on the live feed or via Zoom will not hear anything you say.
Yes.
This is obviously particularly important in the case of a vote being required. Audio recording is being used to assist in preparing the formal minutes. Therefore, anyone participating in the meeting consents to it being recorded and being live streamed on YouTube. Also, during the course of this meeting, questions may be asked by councillors who are members of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee of Planning Officers, applicants for planning permission, objectors, or those speaking on their behalf. In doing so, councillors endeavour to ascertain the information which they feel is necessary to enable them to determine the application. However, members of the public should note that councillors will not reach a conclusion as to whether an application should be approved, refused, or deferred until debate on the application has concluded. As members are aware, there was 9 items for decision. 3 of them have now been removed. Appendix 9, application LA 08 2024-0208F has been took off, as has LA 08 2019-16580 and application LA 08 2023-2936F. So we're going to start with application LA 08 2018-1241F, and it's a rescinding application. It's appendix 1 on your notes. Roisin Hamill is the principal planning officer who will be presenting a report to the committee, and we have representations from Andy Stevens to make representation objection to the request. Where's Andy? Thank you. And Andrew Ryan, who make a representation in support of the request. Andrew, thanks for coming in, and apologies for the delay. We're just running slightly behind. At this point, I'm going to hand over to Roisin, who's going to give us the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This report is seeking approval to rescind a resolution to grant planning permission made by the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee on the 10th of April. At that meeting, members resolved to grant planning permission for the erection of 4 dwellings and associated site works on lands south of 45 Corrigan Hill Road, Dungannon, under application LA 08 2018-1241. Subsequent to the Planning Committee and during the call-in period, officers became aware that work had commenced on site before the decision notice was issued. Given development had commenced, officers were required to consider the implications this change in circumstances had for the decision approved by members. Officers identified that there were 3 planning conditions that had been agreed by members at the April committee that were potentially impacted by the commencement of development. These are negatively worded conditions 4, 14 and 19, and these conditions all required that either certain works were carried out or that information was submitted to and agreed by the council in advance of any work being carried out on site. However, officers considered that the decision notice now can no longer issue with these conditions as per the agreed wording, as development has commenced. In the interest of ensuring the decision is legally robust, officers have reviewed these conditions in consultation with consultees and are satisfied they can be amended. While officers are satisfied the commencement of the development is not unlawful, the recommended planning conditions will be required to be amended to reflect that development has commenced. Officers are of the view that there is no mechanism within council governance procedures for overturning a previous resolution of the committee other than rescinding the previous decision. Therefore, officers are recommending that members agree to rescind the previous resolution, and if agreed, it would be our intention to represent the planning application back to committee for consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Roisin, for that report. This moment, I'm going to invite Andy Stevens, who is going to speak in objection of the decision of the request to rescind. And he's joined Mark McNeese and Conor Curran, who are with him today. They're only in it for attendance for speaking rights for clarification purposes only. As you know, Andy, the clock starts when you start talking, so the floor is yours.
Chair, members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak against the officer's recommendation to rescind your resolution of the 10th of April. It is critical that you're aware of several matters, as in my opinion, the report before you is neither clear nor sufficiently detailed to explain the issues and allow you to make up your own minds. The critical point which has been overlooked in the report is that there was no procedural error in the unanimous resolution made by you all to grant planning permission on the 10th of April for this application. The committee listened to the planning officer's presentation, arguments for and against, and reached a unanimous resolution to grant permission. No party has claimed the resolution was an error. Whilst the applicant commenced the development in the intervening period, there is nothing in the legislation that prevents work from commencing at the developer's own risk. This was a decision he was entitled to make after being present for the unanimous resolution and after almost 6 years of processing. In any case, there was no call-in under Section 41 of the Local Government Act Northern Ireland 2014 during the relevant period, so there was no procedural error in this respect either. The officer's concerns, as you have heard, relate to 3 conditions, which they allege to be pre-development conditions. These are absent from the report before you, but you're being asked to rescind on that basis. We dispute the conditions even meet the relevant legal tests. They are not necessary. They're not relevant to the development being permitted. They're not precise or enforceable, and I would gladly outline that in more detail in questions. For clarity, it does not fall to the applicant to write the conditions, although the applicant did raise them with officers prior to the 10th of April 2014 meeting. It is surprising that the officers had not given the conditions more detailed consideration, given the duration of time for processing. In essence, if the conditions are unlawful, then the ability of the developer to discharge them becomes irrelevant. The obvious solution is for the planning officers to present amended conditions to the committee for approval, or for the committee to delegate authority to officers to attach lawful conditions. The request to rescind the 10th of April 2024 resolution goes way beyond what is required to remedy this matter. It is without any justification, as you have heard, and undermines the procedurally robust resolution that you as a committee took. It could also be misinterpreted by third-party objectors as a reconsideration of the application, which would not accord with the duty of consistent decision-making. The officers are effectively inviting the committee to take a sledgehammer to crack a nut and are seeking to point the finger at the applicant for commencing the development rather than accept responsibility for the unlawful and poorly worded conditions they brought before members after 6 years. For all those reasons, I would respectfully request you do not follow the advice to rescind the resolution, which you took on the 10th of April, as there is no procedural basis or justification, and instead I ask you to seek officers to bring only amended conditions back for your approval. Thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Andy. And I'm going to invite Andrew Ryan to make representation in support of the request to rescind. Same rules apply for you, Andrew. Just when you start speaking, your clock will start.
Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Andrew Ryan. I'm a solicitor specialising in planning law. I'm making these representations on behalf of Mackle Pet Foods and its director, John Mackle, who spoke at the planning committee meeting on 10th of April in objection to the development. I'm present today on Mr Mackle's behalf to support the council's recommendation to rescind the resolution to approve. The issue for the committee to consider today is straightforward. Following the resolution to grant planning permission on 10th of April, the developer commenced development at the site before the decision notice was issued. Had the decision notice been issued, the developer was required to comply with 3 conditions before any development commenced on the site. So that would be before any foundations were laid or any block or brickwork or any other work of construction. These conditions were set out in the planning officer's report that was considered by the committee at its meeting on 10th of April. Those conditions were very straightforward and commonly used, and in summary, they were to undertake road improvement works on the public road adjacent to the development site, to submit and agree with the council details for the management and maintenance of an on-site sewage treatment plant, and to submit to the council for its approval a construction and environmental management plan. These conditions were imposed for specific reasons, namely to ensure safe access from the outset of the development, to ensure that a suitable method of wastewater disposal was to be implemented, and to ensure effective mitigation measures were in place during construction to prevent environmental harm. It's now impossible for the developer to comply with these conditions, and this must be a material consideration. In particular, it was fundamental to the proposal in the council's view that road safety issues were dealt with before any work on site began, and the council needed to ensure that all necessary environmental protections would be adhered to, again before work commenced. To ignore these issues now will be to ignore significant material considerations in relation to the acceptability of the development in planning terms. But it goes further than this. As has been noted, development has already commenced on site without the benefit of planning permission. If the council issued the planning permission in its current form, it would be doing so knowing that the developer was already in breach of those conditions, which is a matter that could ultimately lead to enforcement and potentially prosecution proceedings that would be brought by the council. The council would, in effect, be knowingly ratifying development that was potentially unlawful from the outset. The council simply cannot lawfully or rationally approve a planning application on that basis. The only option open to the council, therefore, is for the resolution to approve of 10th of April to be rescinded. To do otherwise would immediately open the council to the prospect of legal proceedings challenging the grant of planning permission. We therefore respectfully ask that the planning committee rescinds the application. Many thanks for your attention and consideration, and I'll be happy to answer any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Open up to the floor for questions from the members. Any questions? Call in Councillor O'Dowd.
Thank you, Chair. So I take it from what I'm picking up, the three conditions were not met before foundations or anything else was put in, and if not, why? Simple question.
Bring it through, Andy, now.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. The conditions, the three conditions that the council are talking about, our view is that they're not lawful. There was no requirement for them to be discharged. This is not a protected route. This is a narrow country road. So there was absolutely no reason for a condition on the access to be provided in advance. Not only that, the applicant has control of the land that's immediately to the south, where Trinity Lane, where he's built 6 houses. So he can access the site without even having to go off the existing road. He can access it through his own land. A condition like that wouldn't meet the tests in the legislation, is our view, because there was no reason for it. It wasn't necessary and it wasn't relevant to the development in front of you. So that deals with the access. Notwithstanding that point, Councillor, it conflicts with conditions 2 and 3 that were put in front of you, which, when you consider the totality of the decision notice, would render those ambiguous and therefore impossible for the developer to know what he's required to do. So that deals with the condition 4. In regards to condition 14, it relates to, and you heard Mr. Ryan talk about the environmental damage. It relates to effectively 4 septic tanks. Now, I don't know why we would be required to write to the council or discharge that in advance of commencing development, whenever they would only, effectively that would only bite whenever the dwellings are occupied in terms of sewage. But notwithstanding that point, there's a process under the Water Northern Ireland Order 1999, and indeed the consultation response from Northern Ireland Water in the application process indicates that all the applicant had to do was submit a pre-development inquiry to them, a consent to discharge, and also an Article 161. They're the statutory authority that would deal with that matter, not the planning authority. So yet again, absolutely no justification why that condition's even on there in the first place, let alone why the council think that it would go to the heart of the matter as a precondition. And finally, the condition 19, which is in regards to a construction environmental management plan. Again, if you were to go through the consultees, you'll see that the Northern Ireland Environment Agency were considered, and they considered the application. They didn't ask for that condition to go on there. That has been put on we have absolutely no reason why that has been put on, because there is nothing within the confines of this planning application that there's no water courses, there's no issues of any degree of environmental impact that would justify a construction environmental management plan. In fact, the Northern Ireland Environment Agency, as the statutory consultee, turned round and indicated that the only thing they were considering was, I think it was to do with some of the land conditions or things like that, and they were content. So again, there's no justification. It wasn't necessary, it wasn't relevant to the development, and quite frankly, it doesn't meet the test of a lawful condition, never mind a pre-development condition. So hopefully that gives you a full answer to your question, councillor.
Press the wrong button there. Councillor O'Dowd, were you looking to come back in there?
Thanks, Chair. Can I just ask Roisin why they were put on if seemingly they're irrelevant?
Thank you, Chair, through the Chair. One of the conditions, the roads condition, was put on at the request of the statutory consultee. DFI Roads had asked for a roads condition to be put on with regard to the road widening. In relation to the wastewater treatment plants, Water Management Unit had referred us to standing advice, which recommends a negative condition with regard to the wastewater treatment units. And then in relation to the construction environment management plan, well, it was highlighted that there was a waterway close to the site. So in terms of robustness and to, we felt that a condition was necessary at that time. Just to clarify, the conditions weren't discharged because the decision notice hadn't and hasn't issued. So they couldn't have been discharged because they weren't in effect conditions. And notwithstanding all that, those conditions were presented to committee as part of a report that was, presented to members, and that's what you made your decision on. They were pre-commencement conditions. The conditions all start with no development shall commence. We as officers do not have the authority to change the wording of those conditions. We can't not use the conditions. So in effect, those conditions will need to be changed. And as per my presentation, the only mechanism for officers to do that is by rescinding the previous resolution that was granted by members.
Thank you, Roisin. Alderman Wilson, you had a question and your lights went off. Are you looking back in there? You were first.
Yeah, it was just around this, and I know we have this debate sometimes, ultimately, the decision has been made, these houses ultimately will be built. And I know we do pin a lot of conditions on a lot of various applications all the time, and we have the discharge notices coming through every month. But I suppose in this particular instance, is there not a way, economically that this committee could operate to revise them within the parameters of this meeting, that we note that? I mean, what ultimately has happened? Maybe that's something for Andy. We're not sure. We haven't seen the site as such, so we're not sure what has constituted the commencement of development prior to the paperwork being issued. But I suppose from this committee's perspective, the decisions are televised, for want of a better word, on YouTube, so people are aware, and if they're here, they're aware that the committee has made a decision to approve. And I know there is, the call-in process, but I suppose it is easy to be of the opinion, well, it's approved, we'll get the spades out type of thing. But I'm just wondering, in terms of making this as sort of painless as possible, given the fact, there's going to be development here regardless of what process is taken within this committee, but is there not a way to streamline that in some way, to just note the revisions tonight and let the thing move on? Is there? I'm just curious to understand.
Thank you, Chair. Look, members, if we could just amend the conditions and bring them to you, we would, but no, there is no mechanism for doing so. Those conditions were presented as part of a report that third parties, that everyone had sight of, that you had sight of, that you made your resolution on. And our understanding is that no, there's no mechanism for, just amending the conditions. The resolution needs to be rescinded and taken back for consideration again.
You happy enough that, Alderman Wilson? Yeah, I just passed through to Damien here.
Thanks. And thanks, Alderman Wilson. Just to elaborate a bit on what Roisin's already said, I suppose it's worth highlighting, members, that there's no mechanism within the council's governance procedures for actually overturning a previous resolution of the council. And the only way, therefore, to move this forward is to rescind the previous resolution and then we bring a report back to members to make a new decision on the matter. It is unfortunate and completely understand where you're coming from, Alderman Wilson. It is frustrating, but unfortunately the governance procedures of the council restrict us from doing exactly what you said, but hopefully that sheds some light on it. Members, thank you.
Thank you, Damien. Mr. Stevens, I see your hand is raised. Unfortunately, you can only answer a question when it's asked of you. So unless any members have any questions, we can't permit you to speak at this moment. I'll bring in back in Alderman Wilson to respond to Damien.
Yeah, thanks, Damien. And I suppose with that being said, timeframes are obviously very pertinent here. And, are we thinking that this will be back next month? Is that the idea? And also for Mr. Stevens, I mean, he had talked about, his legal advice. So what did that constitute in terms of, the advice you were given in planning law, and how did that, translate into, what you've said in your presentation? What, how do you see any method that would enlighten this committee in terms of how, that economy could be brought forward? And it's purely a time thing, and I suppose time means money for a developer, of course, but in terms of the time, how do you see that impacting you?
Mr. Stevens.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Alderman Wilson. I think there's a couple of points. We've obviously taken advice from council, and we've provided that to the council in an open, transparent way about the conditions. Ultimately, I think there's a number of difficulties I have. Firstly, the fact that procedurally on the 10th of April, there's no error. So I don't understand why we are, and the council officers can't, nobody in this room can turn around and say that you as a committee were procedurally made an error on the 10th of April. So I think that's the first thing that needs to be absolutely clear. So there was no procedural error. What there was a report that was presented to you that went through your own council's legals that had conditions that didn't meet the tests. That was what was put in front of you. It's not down to us as applicants to look at those, particularly if the conditions are advantageous to us, and that's what we would claim. The other point, just to be clear on, and Ms. Hamill had indicated that just because it has I think the word was prior to any other works taking place, that doesn't mean that it's a pre-development condition, and that's fundamentally wrong. I took an appeal against Ards and North Down Borough Council on a access and visibility condition. They were advised by solicitors, and we won on the basis that the condition didn't go to the heart of the matter. It was worded prior to any other works taking place. That doesn't mean that it's a pre-development condition. It's about the wording of the condition and how it relates to the permission as a whole. And that is where the council and ourselves are obviously in disagreement. So ultimately, the decision you took was fine on the 10th of April. We now have an after the event scrambling around, trying to resolve conditions that were not lawful in the first place. And that leaves me with significant discomfort for the applicant and also the council, because in effect, in my opinion, and we are going beyond, and council's opinion, we are going beyond what needs to be done. The development hasn't changed, still 4 houses. That was what was before you. Objectors, applicants all had their say. You reached your conclusion. We're now scrambling around with these conditions that the council put forward to you that weren't lawful and that weren't pre-development conditions. And we're now saying we're going to take that resolution back off the applicant, even though it was taken legally and correctly procedurally, because of the conditions that were an error from the officers, not the applicant. The applicant just chose to start the works, which is not unreasonable after 6 years, and of the benefit of the advice of those conditions. And in fact, some of the works in regards to the road widening were done the year earlier and stoned. So for all those reasons, it's entirely within your power as a committee to turn around and change those conditions if you see fit. I don't believe that you would be restricted by that, and that would be unusual given the operating procedures for all the other councils in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. I just think it would be beneficial at this time if we went into confidential, just get a wee bit of legal advice around what's just been said. So can I get a proposer and a seconder? Proposed by councillor Lavery and seconded by councillor Duffy. Thank you. We will now move into a confidential session. This means that we turn off the public feed of the meeting, and this will be turned when the meeting is restarted. Can I ask ICT officers to please turn off the live feed and confirm with me when the confidential section of this meeting can proceed? Are we going? We're going live. Thank you, gentlemen, for your patience there. Just was searching for legal advice. Just going to open the floor up. Is there any further questions that I'd like to ask either the objector or supporter of this application? At this point, we're going to go ahead into debate stage. So the floor is open for debate. Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the speakers, the objectors and supporters and so on, Russian as well. I suppose I've been listening very carefully, and when we make approvals in this chamber on any application, we do so on the basis of those conditions and that the conditions will be followed. Otherwise, there's no point in having a planning committee or a planning legislation at all. Seems to be maybe potentially minor issues here, but I think it's still important that we absolutely robustly ensure that those conditions are met. Given what has been outlined, I suppose, by Russian, it seems to me appropriate that given the governance structures which we're limited to, that we have to rescind this application and then do a reconsideration as is outlined. So I'll be inclined to say that the recommendation is the appropriate course in this case, Chair. My own view.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. I'll bring in Alderman Wilson, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I know it's from my own perspective, I do like to see, time used in the most economic fashion. And, we can prevent applications coming back here. 9 times out of 10, we will if there's a more economic or beneficial route to reach a decision. But I hear what has been said tonight, but I do understand from our legal team the fact, we have our strict procedures in place, and I know in this instance it isn't pleasing everybody, but I do understand why this delay is, and there's an inevitability about it just given the circumstances. But I would be keen to totally ensure that it would come back, next month without any further delay or undue delay, because it's important, from the developer's perspective, that we're seeing to act fairly quickly on this one. So I think the next opportunity should be used on, be my opinion.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Is there anybody else would like to speak on this application? Okay, then we go to decision then, members. I get a proposal or in either way. Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair. I propose that we agree with the officer's recommendation to rescind this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery and Alderman Barr.
I'll second that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Barr. Are we all in agreement or any dissenting voices in the chamber? I assume silence is in agreement. So thank you, members, and thank you to objectors and the supporters of the application. Thank you. Okay, members, we'll move on to Appendix 3, application number LA 08 2021 0734F, and its refusal, Ben Cockley. This is a returning application. And we will hand over, Councillor O'Dowd.
Thank you, Chair. Given that there was messages and videos sent through a colleague of mine to be sent on to myself regarding this application, from our December meeting, to protect myself and to protect this council, I'm going to step aside at this planning application.
Thank you, councillor O'Dowd. Is there any other declarations of interest on this one? No. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Roisin, who's going to present a report and PowerPoint presentation on this. Thank you, Roisin.
Thank you, Chair. This application is seeking approval for the erection of 12 apartments and associated site works on land southeast of 29A Avenue Road, Lurgan, under application LA08 2021-0734. Members will recall this application was previously presented to the Planning Committee in December 23 with a recommendation to refuse, citing 3 reasons for refusal relating to Planning Policy Statement 4, Planning Policy Statement 7 and Planning Policy Statement 3. At that meeting, members agreed to defer the application for additional information to clarify policy matters. Additional information in the form of a supporting statement was submitted to the Council on the 30th of April 2024. Officers have considered the additional information and, as set out in more detail in the report, officers are of the view that while it addresses concerns raised in relation to the loss of industrial land, it does not address officers' concerns in relation to the failure of the proposal to respect the surrounding context and the provision of adequate parking. Therefore, officers remain of the view that planning permission should be refused on the grounds that the development fails to respect the surrounding context, character and environmental quality of the established residential area and would, if permitted, result in an unacceptable form of backland development and has not taken account of the specific needs of people with disabilities and others whose mobility is impaired in the design of the proposed development. Officers consider the proposals contrary to Planning Policy Statement 7 and Planning Policy Statement 3 and the corresponding sections of the SPS, and for that reason the refusal is being recommended. And I'm happy to take you through the PowerPoint. And there, the red arrow just gives you an indication of where the application site is. It's off the Avenue Road in Lurgan. This is an aerial view of the site and the surrounding areas. You can see the application site outlined in red and the access point off the Avenue Road. This is the site location plan that was submitted with the application with the access, the outlined in green there. And this is our proposed site layout plan. So these are, they looks like 4 blocks, but they're 2 blocks of 3-storey apartments proposed. And again, that's just a closer look of the proposed site layout plan. These are the proposed elevations of the apartment development. And again, the other elevations facing in the other directions. And this gives you the idea of the floor plans to show you just what's being proposed for each of the apartments. This is a view taken from the Avenue Road, giving you showing the access to the site. And this is the laneway. It's 4.8 metres wide. It's unlit, it's unadopted, there's no footpaths. And this is the access to the site. And this is a view inside the site looking down towards the Jethro Centre. And this is just another view looking across the site. You can see that palisade fence in there along the southern boundary, I think that is. And this is another view of the site again towards the Jethro Centre. So you can see there's walls there, 2.1 metre high walls, they're being retained. And this is just another view taken from the edge of the site looking back up towards Avenue Road. And this is a view taken from the access looking at the terrace of housing on the Avenue Road. And this is just a view in the other direction again, look at the terrace housing on Avenue Road. And this is apartment development across the road from the access of the site. And this is a view of the streetscape onto Avenue Road. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Roisin, for the report and presentation. I should have mentioned before, there is a addendum report had been circulated with this, and you should all got it in your information packs. As there's no, and there's nobody here making representation either in support or against this application, I'm opening up to the floor for questions. Alderman Wilson.
yeah, I recall this one, on previous occasions, and, whilst it is, I think it is zoned as an industrial piece of ground, is not the case, but are aimed at that particular usage, but, what is, it would have to be quite a light use given the existing residential amenity around it. And could you recap for me just on the, the main, or I suppose the most concerning issues in your view in terms of what's preventing this? Because we do see quite a similar design of flats, as noted in the PowerPoint. And I'm just, whilst the way, you have an alleyway off the street to access it, if you could just give me a wee recap on what's your primary concern about it, because it's probably a more ideal use of it than, starting a factory in the back of there somewhere, you know what I mean, in my opinion.
Sure.
Yep.
Just to zoned for any particular use, so it's not zoned for industrial use. However, the last known use on this site was industrial, so there is potential that it could be used for industrial uses. But our policy would direct us to to retain land that was last used for industrial uses. But like the supporting statement that was submitted by the architect has addressed that, and we accept that part of the policy. We're not concerned about the loss of the industrial land. They've addressed that. They've sort of highlighted that if it were used again, there would have been impact on amenity. It wouldn't be easily accessible, etc. So that policy concern that we had back in December has been addressed. However, there are obviously other issues with the site. This proposes a density of 91 dwellings per hectare. When you look at the primary density on the Avenue Road there, it's 38 dwellings per hectare. So it is very high density. The site is enclosed by a variety of boundary finishes, including a 1.8 metre high fence and 2.1 metre high wall. It's set back from the Avenue Road, so there's no real interaction with the street. It's accessed via an unlit narrow laneway. So there's no vehicular access to this site. So anybody using this would be walking to the site. We're relying on car parking then on the Avenue Road, which is some distance away from the apartment development. Obviously, that doesn't cater for people with mobility issues. Anybody that has bins would be carrying them 75 metres up an alleyway. The site itself is removed from Avenue Road. I mean, I showed you an apartment development there on Avenue Road, but in the round that interacts with the streetscape. It's part and parcel of the streetscape. It has its own parking. It has access. It is car. But ways to it. This site's removed. It's set back. It's backland development. It's high density backland development. It's surrounded by walls, and it's accessed primarily on foot by a single width narrow lane. There's no footpaths to it. So that sort of gives you a feel for where our main areas of concern are. We don't feel that it would result in a quality residential development for that reason, and also that it doesn't address the needs of people with mobility issues.
I suppose then, just leading on from it, I know we're only considering what's in front of us, but just hypothetically, is there a level of density that would be considered acceptable, given the fact that that issue of it being white land and that historic use has been met? Is there an alternative density that planners may well feel could? Because I know in terms of I know I had this debate before, the access way. There's, for it to be anything, you would need to be able to access, or we're saying that access point is simply too narrow for one vehicle to make a journey down it. Is that what we're saying?
At the moment, as far as I know, that access is wide enough for a vehicle, and I think there are garages down there that to the rear of those houses, so vehicles can access it. However, they can't achieve the required visibility at the junction with the Avenue Road to serve this development. In terms of density, as I've said, the density along the Avenue Road is 38 dwellings per hectare. So ideally, we'd be wanting something that's in and around that kind of density. There is a DCAN that sort of deals with backland development, how you should develop backland development, and it talks about backland development should interact with the access road to it. Well, this doesn't have a vehicular access road to it. It doesn't really it doesn't interact with the Avenue Road. Ideally, you'd be looking at achieving some kind of vehicular access, possibly by additional land and lower density development, such as like a crescent of dwellings or apartments. But just what's in front of us is it's very high density, no vehicular access, car parking's remote from it. It's surrounded by walls and palisade fencing, and the fact that it doesn't interact with the street and doesn't feel part and parcel of the streetscape gives us cause for concern.
Thank you, Roisin. Is there any other questions in relation to this application? No. Okay, members will move on to debate stage, so the floor is yours. Councillor Duffy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It just appears to me, looking at it and hearing what Roisin's saying, that this developer's probably been caught, with purchasing this land and hoping to build on it in the future. And, to feel sorry for him, he's just sort of seems to be stuck between a rock and a hard place here. But maybe it was developed a part of the surrounding factories in the past and sold off and bits there, but he just appears to be caught with his piece of land at the minute until he can buy probably further land, for access. He's nowhere to go, as to say.
Yeah, it looks like it, Councillor Duffy. It's a bit of an awkward one. Is any other comments on this? Okay, we will need a decision on this application, so if I can get a proposal or a recommendation on this, please. Councillor Lambert.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, sort of agree with what maybe Councillor Duffy was saying there, and that maybe if if it's a smaller development, it may be more in line with policy, but we can only decide what's in front of us. And then, the other point there about it's not taking into account of people with specific needs and disabilities and so on. And I actually recall a visit myself and another couple of other reps. Councillor Mucro was one of them. We met with a visually impaired resident, and we were talking about how infrastructure sometimes need to change to meet the needs of those with additional needs. Well, it's visual disabilities or movement and so on. And I suppose we need to, when we're starting out, we need to make sure those dwellings and whatever are of a fit standard in order to fit in and help those vulnerable categories. So it seems that maybe in this case, this application isn't able to do that just with the tight site, and due to the scale of it. So I think the recommendation of you is probably appropriate in this instance, but maybe a different application on this site may meet it in due course. So what do you think we have to propose that we accept the refusal on this one? Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. I have a proposal and need a seconder. Councillor Duffy.
So I'll second that recommendation, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Everyone in agreement there? Yeah, I see one nodding head. Thank you. We'll move on to appendix number 4. Application number LA 08 2021 15490 as refusal of Mr. Fenton McCormick. Just to make you aware, folks, an addendum report has been circulated before the meeting. You should have all received that. And members, just to be aware that there is personal information along with this application, and be mindful of your comments when making statements on this. So just to keep you in the loop. Sorry about that. I'm just waiting on getting members returned there from the last application. Says application LA 08 2021 15490, and it's a refusal. We do have representation here, Sam Nicholson from DA Architects and Fintan McCormick to make representation as the agent and applicant in support of this application. Before we do so, I'll invite Trudy Chapman, Senior Planning Officer, to present a report and PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, Chair. The report and a confidential addendum referring to personal circumstances have been circulated in advance of the meeting, along with two further confidential addendums which relate to further statement from the applicant and a letter of support from Councillor Julie Flaherty, which were received following the circulation of initial papers. By way of summary, the application seeks outline planning permission for single-storey dwelling and garage and is before you this evening, as was called in by Councillor McNeill while he was a member of the council. The application has been considered against the SPPS and the policies within PPS 21. Members are advised the supporting information has been submitted in relation to personal and domestic circumstances, and a summary of the information and officers' assessment of this has been circulated to members in the confidential addendums to the report. Officers are of the opinion that the applicant has failed to provide compelling or site-specific reasons related to these circumstances which would support the proposed development. While officers are sympathetic to the circumstances presented, the case put forward is not considered sufficient for a dwelling to be considered as a necessary response to the particular circumstances of the case, nor has it been demonstrated that a genuine hardship would be caused if planning permission were to be refused. In addition, officers are of the opinion that the applicant has not provided satisfactory evidence to demonstrate that alternative solutions would not be viable in order to meet the particular circumstances. Officers are therefore of the opinion that the proposal fails both criteria of CTY 6. The application site is open, lacks established boundaries, and is on elevated land adjacent to number 8. It would therefore also read as an extension of the existing ribbon of development along Clonmain Road, namely number 6 and number 8, and the outbuildings associated with them, and by virtue of this also reads as build-up and constitutes a suburban style of development. On this basis, officers are of the opinion that the proposal also fails to meet the tests of CTY 1, 8, 13 and 14. Members are advised that the consultation responses were favourable and the 2 letters of support were received. It is, however, recommended that planning permission be refused for the reasons set out in the report, and I'll take you through the PowerPoint, please. So this is the location of the site in the general area. Next slide, please. This is our site location plan. And this is an aerial photograph of the site within a wider area. This is the aerial photograph of the site. Next one, please. And this one shows the full extent then of the ribbon of development that we've referred to. Next slide, please. So this is taken from north, looking across the site towards number 8. Next slide, please. And this is taken slightly further back, which gives you an indication of the levels of the site. The next slide, please. And then this is taken from just outside number 8, looking back up towards the site. And that's us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trudy, for that presentation and report. I'm going to hand over to our the agent applicant who are in support of the application. Just clarify who's speaking. Is it yourself, Sam? Yep. So pass through to Sam.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for committee for allowing us to come along this afternoon and present our support in this application. Obviously, as been outlined by Trudy, this is a much needed site for dwellings on the lands on Clonmain Road near Loch Gall. My client, Mr. Fintan McCormick, is sitting next to me, and he's here to provide clarification if the committee has any questions in relation to the unique situation. Yes, we're applying for this application under CTY 6, which is personal and domestic circumstances. And in order to comply with obviously CTY 6, there's two elements to it. There's an element regarding the circumstances, and also the element which Trudy referred to, which is the location. Regarding the circumstances, I've had permission from Mr. McCormick to outline to the committee the situation that Mr. McCormick finds himself in. Following the death of his mother many years ago, Finton's father went through surgery and as a type 1 diabetic and has other medical problems. This has resulted in need for regular care to manage his everyday life. None of us have a crystal ball, committee, but to be honest, this sort of health position that Mr. McCormick finds himself in will worsen and will not get any better. We've got letters from doctors, we have letters from the local priest to support this, and as I say, I'm not sure what level of information we can add to it, and that's all I'm going to say in relation to that. Finton beside me, you can see, is a young man. He has taken on this job as is part of as a primary care for his father, and as I say, but he also wants to get on with his life, and he should be able to do that, and obviously this site would allow that to happen. He aims to get married within the next sort of short period of time, and obviously he wants to be able to raise a family in this location. So moving on to the next criteria, which is in relation to the building of such accommodation. The first one could be an extension or an annex to the existing dwelling. We have laid out in the report why that can't happen. The coverage of the site isn't large enough. There's services issues around the site. So again, we've discounted that. That is not available. Conversion or reuse of another building of the curtilage of the property is another way, but again, there's no buildings available within the curtilage. Outside the curtilage is farmyard buildings, but again, they're not suitable. A temporary home, and I just say, committee, would you like to live in a temporary home in a situation you don't know where it ends up? So to conclude, members, in relation to
Thank you, Sam. Just ran out of time there. We're nearly finished, but I'm sure we'll get an opportunity to speak later on with questions. So I'll open it up to the floor if members have any questions for either the planning officer or the applicant and agent. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, I would be interested in your conclusion, Sam, if you wanted to give us just.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. And as I say, in conclusion, for the reasons I've outlined in the report, as I say, as you can see, it's a very, very complex situation, and to be honest, 3 minutes isn't long enough to try and sort of outline how complex it is. But I suppose I would say that in relation to the area, if you go and visit it, it does read as an entity. And I suppose planning policy being what it is, with sustainable development in the countryside, if there was a dwelling located in the proposed area, will it change or demonstrably harm that area? We're of the opinion, no, it won't. In fact, it would integrate with what reads, as I say, as an entity in the landscape. So I suppose that was my conclusion, committee, was that if approved, a dwelling could be successfully absorbed into the existing rural character within this area, and would not significantly alter the character of this area, which is the heart of rural planning policy. And obviously, if committee would feel a site visit would be appropriate to actually make their own decision on that, obviously that's something we welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholson. Any other questions for either planning officer or Alderman Barr?
Thank you, Chair. We do have a number of addendums that were in confidential. Do we have to go into confidential to ask questions on the addendums, or can we? Yeah. Okay, so
Yes, just we would have to go into confidential, so if someone would like to make a proposal and second it. Proposed by Alderman Barr and seconded by Councillor Wilson. And we will go into confidential. Members. Members on Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, we will now be moving into a confidential session of the council. This means that we will turn off the public feed of the meeting. This will be turned when the meeting is restarted. Can I ask ICT officers to please turn off the live feed and confirm with me when the confidential section of this meeting can proceed? Thank you. We know when we are back live feeds up and running. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Just we had a confidential there. So we're going to head into members' debate. So if anybody just wants to get to kick the ball rolling and see how we get on. Alderman Barr.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Suppose the length of the processes and the fact that the applicant has changed hands-on, sort of changed his agent. The length of the process means that, there has been, I'm trying not to bounce into sort of the confidential business, is that there is a reason why he's now sort of where he is. So I'm potentially sort of, I know it's down the line, but I'll come back to that one. Yeah, because we're not in debate yet. We're sort of questions. I have no questions at this moment. Thank you.
Yes, we're not quite there yet, and as you've told us many times in the last year, just to hold on. So, we're still in debate stage, guys. So, if anybody else has anything else they'd like to comment, any thoughts or feelings on this, we'll move on to recommendation then. So, if any recommendations, Alderman Barr again.
I was still sort of, I thought we're still in the questions, but I'm sort of gearing towards looking for a site meeting. To me, that's one issue. There's the fact of the ribbon development that we sort of need to get round, and I think if you were out on site, because you know yourself, and when you're on site and you're looking at it from the roads and what's around you, and the geographical purpose, and sort of the the ratio of cars on the road, I do think it would be beneficial for the committee to go out and have a look at the general location, and as well as the sort of the land, and get a feel for it in terms of the ribbon development. It's just my sort of feelings on it. But I know we're sort of backtracked there, but happy to see what other people's comments are.
Thank you, Alderman Barr. It's not an official proposal then, is it? No recommendation. Just not getting many lights on at the moment, so.
Well, if you're looking to take a decision, yeah, I'll make that as a recommendation to as already outlined, Chair. Thank you.
And we have a seconder for that proposal, or for a site visit to discuss. Yeah, happy enough. And that was seconded by Virgil Donnelly. Happy enough. Councillor Donnelly, sorry. So all in agreement there, members? Yeah, all in agreement. So we will plan a site visit to attend. Thank you very much, Agent, and thank you very much, Mr. McCormick. I've just been advised that our dinner is ready, so I suggest we take a slight adjournment for 20 minutes. Yeah, we'll take a slight adjournment and we'll be back as soon as possible. I'm going, we're live. We're live now. Happy days. Members, we're just going to change the format of this. We're going to jump to Appendix 6. It's application number LA 08 2023 2862F, and it's an approval under Gary Chambers. Just to make you aware, the addendum report has been circulated amongst members before this meeting and should be in your information packs. Before I move on to the application, we have Joan Davis, who is to make representation as the objector to object to the application. And we have Brenton Starkey from O'Toole and Starkey and Gary Chambers to make representation as the agent in support of the application. Can Brendan raise his hand if he's there? Brendan and Gary, must be Gary. No problem. Moment time, members, I'm going to pass through to Liam McCrum, Senior Planning Officer, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This application is before members this afternoon as there's a recommendation to approve and it's attracted 4 more objections that have been received from separate postal addresses. Office has taken that members have read the report and the circulated addendum that have been forwarded, and as such, this is only a synopsis. This is a full planning application which seeks permission to change the use of a 2-bedroom mid-terrace dwelling house to a 4-bedroom house of multiple occupation. There are no objections from statutory consultees, including DFI Roads or Environmental Health. The definition of a HMO is set out in detail in the planning report. In terms of the principle of development associated with this application, the site is located at 10 Windsor Terrace on the Castle Island Road, 100 metres outside the town centre boundary of Banbridge. The immediate area surrounding the site is characterised by mainly residential properties beyond the town centre boundary, with the Southern Regional Banbridge campus located approximately 100 metres to the southeast of the site. The Banbridge and Uriam Mourne area plan contains policy guidance for residential developments. However, there are no specific policy provisions within the plan for houses of multiple occupation. Therefore, the main policy consideration for the proposal is through the SPPS, with the main determining issues being design, character and amenity, with car parking and road safety as set out in the planning report. As advised in the planning report, the HMO Act 2016, enacted in 2019, now requires that all new HMOs to have planning permission in place prior to registration. Within the settlement limits of Banbridge, there is currently 1 registered HMO. This is at Tudor Oaks and Ballymoney Hill, and this application seeks a second. The main issues in terms of design, character and amenity are as follows. There are no physical changes to the proposed exterior of the property. The property will remain residential, which is reflective of the existing surrounding context. Officers do not consider there to be a change to the character as set out in the report. In terms of amenity, officers have no evidence of any recent amenity complaints in relation to HMOs or indeed the site, which has been confirmed with Belfast City Council and the HMO team. The Council Environmental Health team have also no objection to this proposal. In terms of parking and roads, there is no specific parking standard for HMOs. A park analysis has been carried out and has been considered by both DFI Roads and officers. Officers have also visited the Castle Island Road for assessment of available parking over different times of the day and are satisfied that there is parking availability within the immediate area as identified in the parking analysis. Officers are satisfied the proposal complies with the policy as set out in their planning report and addendum, and having taken into consideration all materials raised in response to consultation and third-party representation, I recommend that the members approve this application. I just want to take you through the PowerPoint. So this is our site location plan with the red arrow annotating the site. Just an aerial view of the site in the context. Again, our site location plan in a wee bit more detail. You can see our site layout plan. This is the existing dwelling. And this is the proposed dwelling, and you can see the internal changes with regard to the layout. That's the property of 10 Windsor Terrace. Just a closer up view of the property. Just a street view of the property in context. And again, and a view from the other side of the church. This is the existing alleyway that accesses the sort of rear parking arrangements to the terrace known as Windsor Terrace. And again, just looking along the same entrance, looking back towards the main road. That's the sort of back private shared access arrangement to the terrace. And again, and that's just the back of the property there at 10 Windsor Terrace. And again, just looking out from the rear of the property towards some of the parking spaces that are in situ. And same again. So as I said, officers did conduct their own. There was a parking analysis submitted with the application by the applicant. Officers did conduct their own just to verify its authenticity. So basically, we attended the site, you can see, at 7 a.m. and you can see by the blue arrows annotating available parking spaces. Similarly, in other aspects of the street frontage, the blue arrows indicate where there is availability. This is a later survey at 11:45 a.m. and again, you can see an indicative arrangement of the parking spaces that are available at that time of the day. Just another photograph of the same time period. And this is the same day at 10 o'clock at night, where again, you can see available parking spaces annotated on the drawings. Thank you.
Thank you, Liam, for the report and presentation. I'm going to invite Joan Davis to make representation as objector to this application. As you're aware, you have 3 minutes, and those 3 minutes will start when you start talking. So over to you, Joan.
Well, thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here on behalf of Windsor Terrace residents. We had 3 days notice for this meeting, so many of them are on holiday at work and some are ill. I want to reiterate the objections that have been sent in already. We're referring to a 2-up, 2-down built in 1905 with a kitchen extension. You can imagine what this property looks like now with the renovations now completed and small rooms just scraping into the regulations. Putting up to five individuals unrelated into a 2-up, 2-down to share 1 shower and 2 toilets. I would query if that is even humane. And going back to 2016, the HMO bill paper, when it was arguing for registration, it did indicate that these can be blighted with a range of problems such as lack of social cohesion, increased level of antisocial behaviour and pressures on parking, and are often used by those more vulnerable people, many with addiction problems. Now, Windsor Terrace is a mixed area, mixed in all senses of the word, religion, ethnicity and politics, as is Osborne Gardens. So we have no issues there, and it is a cohesive community. Our concern is the devaluation and loss of income of our properties. Many of us have invested huge sums of money bringing these properties up to modern day standards. Estate agents have told us and will put in writing that where HMO appears in a street or an area, the value of the properties decreases. We have great concerns about safety of the residents. 5 of the residents are lone females and some have vulnerabilities. If we have emergency housing on our street, we don't know who is living in our street We don't know if they're visitors, tenants, or those acting in an antisocial manner. The parking, we think, is ridiculous in terms of the analysis, and I would like you to see me trying to park when I come home from work at 5 o'clock of an evening, as I don't have a parking space out the back. So parking has always been an issue, and we do think that this would just compound that issue. And waste, who is taking management of the waste? We have rats from the river. We've had issues with that. And with 5 individuals, who's taking responsibility? We want a named responsible person 24/7 available to the residents. And we want to see the management plan. And we want to see that it's safe, well managed and of good quality. And to date, we don't believe it's of good quality, and we are doubtful that it would be well managed. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Joan, for your input and your representation there. Is it, who's speaking? Is it Brendan? Brendan, I'll pass over to you. The same applies for yourself. You have 3 minutes and the clock will start when you start talking. So over to you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Members, we do understand the concerns that some local residents have with the prospect of a HMO being located close to their homes. We thought it would be helpful, therefore, to present ourselves to you today to address some of the main concerns and field any questions that you may have. By way of a brief background, the property was in disrepair when the applicant, Gary Chambers, purchased it in mid-2023. He then spent a considerable sum and 4 to 5 months refurbishing it. His intention is to place responsible individual working people into the property, and he will likely engage a local estate agent to manage the process and thoroughly vet all potential occupiers. Strategic planning policy notes that planning authorities should seek to facilitate sustainable housing growth, and that managing the variety of house types, sizes and tenures will help to meet the diverse needs of the wider community. To this end, members, it is generally accepted that individual working people have found themselves priced out of the market in recent times, and as we understand it, there is only one HMO in Banbridge. There are also very few rental properties available in the town. This proposal will therefore provide much needed variety to the existing housing stock in Banbridge, and will help to provide accommodation for those who cannot afford to purchase or rent an entire property on their own. In terms of the parking concerns that have been raised, this minor development proposal would only generate a small additional parking requirement of 2 spaces. At the request of DFA Roads and the Planning Department, Gary commissioned the car parking survey to be completed by engineering consultants TJK Consulting. The parking survey demonstrates that there is more than adequate on-street parking provision available in close proximity to the site, meaning that the proposed development would not impact upon neighbouring residents by making them park further away from their homes. Both the Planning Department and DFA Roads are content with this methodology and the findings of the survey, and concluded that the parking arrangements were satisfactory. Members, Gary has worked diligently with the Planning Department and its consultees to provide a comprehensive planning application that complies with all relevant planning policy and guidance. To this end, we welcome and endorse the Planning Department's recommendation and encourage the committee to approve this application. Thank you for the opportunity to present today, and myself and Gary will be happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan. Members, over to you. Any questions for the objector or the agent in this case, or the planner officer? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me in. I have a question for Joan. We've seen pictures there of the parking facilities. Do you believe that as a fair reflection or accurate reflection of the parking available in that area?
Sorry, hold on, Joan. I just need to bring you back in. Otherwise, we'll not hear you. So.
With regards to the analysis carried out by Gary Chambers's commissioning person, at 7 o'clock in the morning and 10 o'clock at night, yes, plenty of parking. That street's used by people using the buses and working in the town. So when I come home, around 5, anytime between 5 or 6, I really struggle to park. I think there's been a suggestion that people should go and park in the church car park or in Jolly's car park or in the planning officers' car park. But, you know, I would wonder about that, how many people would actually do that. Parking is an issue. And as I say, I don't have a parking space out the back. That property does have one parking space out the back.
And Councillor Wilson. Councillor O'Dowd.
Thank you, Chair. I've just a couple of wee points. Just one that was brought up there now. This one's actually for Liam. Was it the council or was it Mr. Chambers? That got the parking checked out as to where the
Thank you, Councillor Dowd. There was two checks carried out. Essentially, the agents and the applicants submitted their own parking analysis survey. But further to that, as officers, I went out and I carried out my own at those specified times. At what was it, 7 a.m., 11:45 a.m., and then 10 p.m. at night. So there was both.
Councillor O'Dowd, you would like back in? Yep. No problem.
Just a couple of wee points. I know whenever a house is sold, I've had neighbours beside me standing up and that. Nobody ever knows who's going to move in beside them. You know, so if Mr. Chambers is going out and he's using a estate agent and they're going to be vetted and that, you know, surely that would be some relief. It would be to me. The issue around the size of the rooms, has the residents been in and seen the property to know what size the rooms are for the people? Because I know you had said that 1 bathroom and 2 toilets wouldn't be enough. That's all I have in my house, and there's 5 of us.
Joan, do you like give you a chance to respond to that there? Just give me 1 wee second.
Yes, but with respect, sorry, I'm not, Councillor O'Dowd, with respect, everyone in your house is related. These are 5 people that will be sharing a shower. And I would question, is there anybody working here today that would rent a room that fits a single bed and a bedside cabinet, maybe 8 foot by 6? My understanding is Mr. Chambers has a 5-year contract with Housing Association for emergency housing. And in fact, this is not for people somehow coming into Banbridge to work. At what? I have no idea, because we've no industry. So I can't see there's a demand or a gap in the market for that. It's more like something that you would find in the city. So currently there are people in it, in an emergency housing situation for young children and the parents who have told us that there isn't any room, there isn't any storage. And in relation to have we seen it? Well, I live in one of them, so I know the space available, and we have seen the plans, and the plans have all the measurements on them.
Thank you, Joan. Councillor O'Dowd, do you want to come back in?
Thanks, Chair. As a councillor, and I'm sure we all can vouch for it, we all have on a day and daily basis deal with people in housing crisis. And that is a day and daily basis for us. There's families out there that is in dire straits of houses that really need them. So if these people are being vetted, if they're going through a housing association or whatever. I think everybody deserves a chance. It's just my thought.
Yeah, thank you, councillor O'Dowd. Alderman Barr.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Apologies. Apologies. I was another meeting there. I am content with the report. I have read through it a number of times to stay in the meeting. I have a couple of questions regarding infrastructure and sustainable development and environmental protection, which is within the SPPS. So I'm looking at the infrastructure such as waste collections, water supply, sewage system. Obviously, the houses currently are normally for what, 3 bedrooms. So you're talking 2, 3, 4 people. Now we're moving to 4 bedrooms with the potential of 8 people, I'm assuming, could potentially stay there, 2 in each bedroom. Is there any concerns in terms of waste collection, water supply, sewage systems from Water NI? And equally, in terms of energy consumption, is there anything from NIE in terms of the additional electricity output? And obviously we have, do we have any concerns from the environmental part of council in terms of the high rate of normally with HMOs of the turnover of people within them, because obviously then it potentially brings a negative impact on the environmental side of things. So I'm just wondering in terms of waste collection, energy, sewage systems from as well as the environmental, do we have reports from them or do we have any concerns from them? If you can, potentially Liam, if you can answer or if someone can help us out. Thank you.
Liam, you content to go ahead?
Yeah, Alderman Barr, essentially this property will only allow up to 5 persons because it's only a 4-bedroom property. One of the bedrooms would allow 2 people, the other 3 are single. So there would only be a maximum of 5 people within the property. There has been a consultation exercise carried out with NI Water, and they raised no objection with regard to the sewage infrastructure being able to deal with the potential additional loading. Environmental health have been consulted and raised no objection, but you will note that officers do have a condition on in relation to the condition number 2 there that reads, prior to the commencement of the use of the development hereby approved a management plan, which shall include details of the disposal of waste from the premises, shall be submitted to and agreed in writing by the council and thereafter implemented. So prior to the commencement of development, we would expect that from the applicant, and we will vet that management plan, and only when we're happy with that will we discharge that condition.
Thank you, Liam. Alderman Barr, you content? You want to come back in?
Please, Chair. It's an illegal question. If anybody else has questions, I'm happy to give way and then come back with the legal question, or if you want to take a legal question now, it's entirely up to yourself.
Yes, I'm minded that Kyle had his light on there and he's waiting patiently. So we'll go with Councillor Moutry and then come back in the legal if you like. So Councillor Moutry.
Yes, thank you, Chair. If you'll allow me just to revert back to the parking survey that's been done, unless I'm mistaken, it does just seem in the presentation that it may be slightly limited. I know previously whenever we were presented with a parking survey, it gives us, clearly it tells us each position, all the parking availability states where it is, and then gives us percentages and things like that. I think basically what I'm asking is, are we when we consider this parking survey, are we purely considering the front of the house, the rear of the house? Is there anywhere else where parking is considered in this application, because I'm just concerned that, the objectors telling us, she has her own concerns for parking, which doesn't seem to match up with the survey here at hand. So if you could just expand on that.
Yep, thank you, Councillor Moody. Essentially, there was a independent parking survey or a parking survey done by the applicant side. They appointed an agent to go and do that. What you've seen in the PowerPoint presentations are just photographs that I took as an officer. That was me out at 3 different points on a given day. Yes, I suppose I don't have a defined period between what Ms Davis is saying in terms of coming home at 5 o'clock. I didn't survey at 5 o'clock. Hold my hands up and say that. But I suppose the crux of the matter is that essentially this is an existing 2-bedroom property. And for that to go to a 4-bedroom property requires an increase of potentially 0.5 parking spaces, because there is no defined parking space standard for HMOs. So in essence, what we looked at there was the parking standard for an additional 2 bedrooms in a residential property. And when you do that and you break that down, all we are looking at really here is the necessity to provide 0.5 of a car parking space in addition. And when we went out and looked at it, given that people are generally at home before 7 in the morning and after 10 at night, we thought that they were good times to carry out a survey for homeowners and where they would park, rather than people, as Ms Davis has alluded to, they're maybe parking their cars and going grabbing a bus or whatever. It is a public street. There is no one entitled to a car parking space. So we've just limited our analysis to when we thought homeowners would be parking their cars at that particular time, because we thought that was the best point of trying to gauge when homeowners would be parking at the particular site.
Thank you, Liam. Councillor Moodry.
Thank you, Chair. If I can just come back with one more question before we go into legal advice. In terms of the residential usage in the area, and just trying to understand the character of the area and the composition, is it predominantly family dwellings in the area? Do we know that, or is it a range of housing? Is there apartments, anything like that nearby? If you could just expand on that.
My understanding, Councillor Mosley, is that the 2 terraces, basically you turn the corner there and you go onto the Castleweldon Road. The town centre boundary ends there with the Captain Cook's and Willis stores. Then you have Solitude House. Then you have the terrace that this is a property within, a row of terraces, and a row of terrace properties at the other side. And that is essentially the condensed residential character. They're all 2-storey terrace properties. You go beyond that, you have, Quick Fit Tires, government building, our own planning office, things like that. So there is a mixed thing, but those 2 terraces basically are side by side, opposite sides of the Castleweldon Road. And the disposition and who lives there, I'm not sure.
Thank you, Liam. I think is any more questions before we move into legal? Can I get a proposer and a seconder? Proposed by Alderman Barr and seconded by Councillor Moodry. That we move into legal. Members and online viewers, in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, we will now be moving into a confidential session of council. This means that we will be turning off the public feed of the meeting. This will be returned when the meeting is restarted. Can I ask ICDQ officers to please turn off the live feed and confirm with me when the confidential section of this meeting can proceed? Thank you. Rolling live again. Okay. Okay, man, we'll just wait while our applicant and objector is back in. Okay, members, do we have any further questions? Still in the question stage at the moment for either objector or the applicant. Alderman Barr.
Thank you, Chair. It's a question for Joan. Joan, how are you? I was just wondering, you said about the lowering of the property value and you were able to produce evidence from an estate agent. Would you be able to do that? And is that through a local estate agent, please? Thank you.
Yes, we've spoken to 3 estate agents in the town, Shooters, Quinns and Wilson's, and they've said from their experience with Portadown, Belfast and Newry that properties are devalued in the area and they are happy to put that in writing.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Any other questions there, members? Okay, members, we'll go into our debate stage on this. So open for debate, your thoughts and anything else there. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me in. Really the relevance of my question to Joan as regards to parking. My parents lived in Osborne Gardens for a number of years. And personally, in my opinion, that doesn't really reflect the actual situation with parking. You have people attending the PSNI station, which is right at the end of Osborne Gardens, PW Sales, the DHSS. And I have numerous complaints from residents when Banbridge Football Club has a match on if they're playing a sort of a team up the league. Parking is an issue. I have numerous complaints. They used to park in the TAC grounds. That's off limits now. They used to park in the Bonside Church. That's off limits now. So really, in my opinion, I'm not disputing what we see in front of us, but to me personally, it doesn't reflect the parking situation in that area, which I know very, very well, you know. So that's just my comment, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Any other comments on this application? Alderman Barr.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sort of just leaning towards deferring for a month or until August or until sort of we can get sort of the information, further information from Joan regarding sort of the estate agents, but notwithstanding that, with regarding to parking, I think we should go out and have a look around the area. Just my sort of thoughts on it to ascertain further information regarding parking and obviously the when you look in Banbridge, if cars park all the way up past the TAC, but yeah, so I suppose a specific time would probably be best, probably after 5. I don't think that time was alluded to within the report. So just my sort of thoughts at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Barr. Councillor Duffy, your thoughts on this one?
My thoughts, Chair, is, well, parking's not an issue. It's been clarified in the report that parking isn't an issue. I think members just have issues around it being a HMO, which people are going to unfortunately find themselves in the circumstances where they're going to need to end up homeless, could end up in one of them rooms, could be perfectly working class people from any walk of life could find themselves there. And I think the report today is an excellent report. I don't see any reason for refusing it, adjourning it, or.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Councillor O'Dowd, your comments.
Thank you, Chair. I was actually going to say exactly what Councillor Duffy said there. If we do go down the line of getting in from the estate agents, you know, whether the properties have decreased in price from Joan herself. Can we also get other ones from Mr. Chambers? You know, because surely it would benefit us all to have them from both sides. Whether estate agents deem that.
Mr. Starkey, are you content with maybe gathering that information if it's available? I'll let you have a chance to respond to that.
Thank you, Chair. There was clearly a conversation that went on in the chamber that we weren't privy to. My general understanding is that devaluing of a property is not a material planning consideration. Perhaps that's a discussion that's been had in this chamber, and I know it's not for me to say, but perhaps officers can also give their view on that. So I'm struggling to see, Chair, what difference a report like that does to the consideration of this planning application. That being said, if officers are deeming this to be a material consideration of weight, and the chamber is deeming it to be a material consideration of weight, then that's something that we will look into. But I'm really struggling within this chamber to understand why devaluing of a property is a consideration of significance that would warrant a fairness planning application today.
Thank you, Mr. Stark. I think we're just I don't want to put words in Councillor O'Dowd's mouth. I think it's just more if we're asking the objector to provide information, you know, I think she wants an impartial and for sort of the balancing of the books, just for her just for the consideration of the chambers. It's not, I don't think it's, well, it's just if
just the balance.
sorry, Councillor O'Dowd, I'll chime in.
Sorry, thank you. It was just basically to balance it out, so it was, so we're getting it from both sides and not just one.
Mr. Starkey, you be able to try and maybe balance it, just maybe might give members maybe a bit more clarity on both sides of the argument, if that's something that you'd be willing to do.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And look, I'm genuinely not trying to be difficult about this, but in all my time in planning, I haven't seen property valuation being a material planning concern. So my view on this is, why is the objector being asked to provide a report to demonstrate in her view that this HMO is going to impact upon the value of her property? When my planning view, unless I'm misinterpreting what's happening here, when my standard planning position on it would be that valuation of a property or not is very subjective. There are many things that impact upon a property's valuation. It's also more a private matter than a public one. And if anyone could come forward positing that a development was going to impact the value of their property, then an awful lot of development could be prohibited on that basis. So my general understanding is I don't know why the objector is being asked to provide that report. You're then saying, well, if the objector does provide one, would we like to provide our own? My answer to that is, well, yes, we can look into that, but I don't know. I don't understand why we're having this conversation, to be honest.
So I'm just going to get the Damien to clarify this.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, I suppose members, in relation to what Mr. Stark has just said, I think, look, when you're assessing an application, it's a balanced assessment of the application. So it's an assessment of all material considerations. impact on property values, if it's on a wider area as opposed to an individual property, can in some instances represent a material consideration. I've listened to what Mr. Starkey said and understand the point he's making. But if the impact on property values is not on one individual property, but on a wider area, which I think is the point that the objector is making, it can, in some cases, be a material consideration. We have had some legal advice on this previously, which has highlighted that, but obviously the evidence has to be there to substantiate that. And the objector says that they can obtain that. So if members think that's going to assist their assessment of the application, by all means, we can seek it. So, you know, if that information comes forward and the application comes back to members again, just to remind you, it is a balanced assessment. So it could be potentially impact on property values, but also all other considerations. So it is a balanced assessment, taking everything, all material considerations into account. But look, if members think that that information is going to assist their assessment, of course it can be sought.
Thank you, Damien. Calling Alderman Barr.
Thank you, Chair. So just to give the background, when you went into confidential business to ask questions of legal, I asked the question regarding this issue. I was told it wasn't a legal question. Okay, so that's when we came out. I asked the question. It is a material consideration in my view, because there is a list there in your folder that says parking is a material consideration. Economics is consideration. So, you know, based on the into that, that's why I am gearing towards sort of going out and gathering that information up, as well as going out and having a look for ourselves as well to back up what is the, as Damien said, to balance the books. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Duffy, we're still in debate stage, so just in case anybody's trying to jump the gun on a proposal here, we're still in debate stage.
Thank you, Chair. I just don't know where you're going to start about house properties. Prices are up and down all the time. What month do you take it? Do you take it this month? Do you take it last month? Do you take it 6 years ago? You know, where do you start? Where do you end? You know, and you're going to have to base it in round Portadown. You're not basing it in Banbridge because that's irrelevant at the moment because there is no HMOs in that street. So you have to base it in Portadown, in parts of Belfast. Which parts? Yes, you could narrow it down to certain areas of Portadown, but you cannot branch it out in the which street in Belfast. Is it University Street? Is it down around the Holy Land? So where do you go? Where do you stop? You know, one street could be totally different from another.
Yeah, I'm just going to pass that to Damien now.
Thank you, Chair. Just in relation to Councillor Duffy's point, yeah, I think if we are going to get that sort of information, Councillor Duffy, it probably would be helpful just to get it, the impact assessed in percentage terms, because you're absolutely right, property values vary from place to place. So it would be a case of the estate agent setting out whatever way they're able to do that. I would imagine it would be in terms of, in their professional judgment, what sort of impact does it have percentage wise on a property value generally, or in this particular area, if they're able to do that. At least that gives members an indication of the level of impact such a proposal might have on property values in that particular area, if that's helpful to members.
Thank you, Damien. Councillor Duffy, content with that response?
Well, it depends on the estate agent too, you know.
Yeah, I see your point, Councillor Duffy. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me back in. Well, clearly, listening to our Damien's advice, it is something we should consider. And in this current application, what was presented to us, it's obviously something we need to look at and considered in the round that we should avail, we have the right to ask and avail of all information to make a proper and balanced decision. So I think getting if the objector can provide that information, I know she's spoken to numerous estate agents. I think we should have that evidence in front of us that we can make a fair and balanced decision on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Another very good point well raised. Councillor O'Dowd.
Thanks, Chair. If there is no, there's one other HMO in Banbridge, as far as I'm aware. Banbridge estate agents wouldn't have much experience in dealing with this, surely then? Would it not be better getting, if that was the case, somebody from outside Banbridge? An estate agent from outside Banbridge that deals with HMOs in areas like that to give their views?
Yes, I've seen this sort of play out a bit before. Estate agents will give information based on a particular set of circumstances. Now, what our report refers to is the character of an area, and that's what we have assessed. So the character of an area in, say, Thomas Street in Portadown that has a proliferation of HMOs, the percentage value that you'd be seeking in terms of a decrease in property value is never going to be on par with what you'd be looking at in Windsor Terrace and Banbridge, because you've only one HMO as opposed to maybe 10 or 15. So that information, if we do get it, is how you relate that to what we're actually looking at in the context of Banbridge. They're two very different scenarios. So whilst if we are going to that extent and asking people for something from an extremity in Belfast or an extremity in Portadown, I don't know where you would get one that would be on par with the character of what we're looking on in terms of the specifics of this site in Banbridge, because as I say, we only have one other in the Banbridge settlement in it. So that information might be difficult to, if we do get it, how it's comparable to what we're actually looking at. So it's just members need to be, I suppose, aware of that.
Councillor, I'm just going to bring in Damien first, and then might clear up any queries you might have.
Yeah, members, just build on what Liam said there. Look, I think what we're getting at here is because it's starting to perhaps get a bit confusing here, is if there is going to be additional information here about the impact of this on property values in that area, then an estate agent should provide information that says, in their professional opinion, they think this proposal would have X percentage impact on property values in that location. And we would be advising that it's obviously more than one estate agent gives that opinion. And I think the objector mentioned 3 that they had sought an opinion from. So if that information can be submitted from those 3, and if Mr. Starkey wanted to do something similar, then I think that gives probably enough information to enable members to take on board what is the impact on property values expected to be. Going back to my earlier point, that is only one consideration in the assessment of this application. So when you've got that information, you then look, well, okay, that's one consideration, potential impact on property values against everything else. And that's just that, going back to what I said earlier, is this balanced assessment of everything. And this is just one particular issue.
Thank you, Damien. Councillor Dowd. One more thing.
Thanks, Chair. But it would only be in their opinion. It wouldn't be set in concrete. It's nothing can ever be set in concrete. It's in their opinion that we need to think about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor O'Dowd. Yeah, look, I suppose we're asking for a professional opinion from estate agents who should be qualified to provide professional opinion on those matters. I think that I'm picking up from the discussion that that's what members would welcome. And if that's the case, then obviously we can seek that information, but they would be the people who are best placed to provide that sort of judgment, I would suggest.
Thank you, members. There's no lights there. I think it was a fairly robust debate. I think we've covered a lot of ground there. It's now up for decision. Can I get any recommendations? Alderman Barr.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So yeah, just as sort of discussed previously, if we could defer for a month for a site visit, or if it's the next available time for the officers to bring it back, for further information from the objector and the applicant regarding the overall cost within the local area from estate agents, as well as to go for a site visit, see ourselves in terms of parking, preferably in around 5 o'clock. Because it was mentioned earlier, the other times have been mentioned in terms of morning time and evening time. So it's really to split that, so we can get a better picture of it all. If 5 o'clock or 5:30 doesn't suit, then it doesn't suit. But hopefully that makes sense and it ties in with the discussion earlier.
Just to clarify, Alderman Barr, it's adjourned for further information and a site visit in between that, and then revisit this when the information is gathered. Is that what you're proposing? Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, happy to second Alderman Barr's proposal. Thank you.
Councillor Duffy.
Don't agree, Chair. I propose we accept the recommendation, the officer's recommendation.
Councillor O'Dowd, I'm want to invite you in then.
After all that, and don't laugh, I actually think we should accept the officer's recommendation as well.
Yeah. After all that, we are not in agreement. But we'll go to a vote on Alderman Barr's proposal of deferring the decision on the understanding of further information is sought and a site visit at the earliest time possible. Start off Alderman Barr. I have to call him in next time.
Yes.
Neil, no.
Alderman Kennedy.
Yes.
Councillor Duffy.
First day in the hot seat, Chair, you forgot the D's. No, Chair.
It's been a long evening. Councillor Moutry.
Yes, sure.
Councillor Mulholland.
Yes, Chair.
Councillor O'Dowd.
No, Chair.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes, Chair.
And myself, yes. Yep. So we have 6 that voted yes and 3 that voted no. The proposal carries. Thank you very much, members. Okay, members, moving on to Appendix 5, which is application LA 08 2021 0648 F. That's approval for Jeffrey Dugan. This is a returning application and there was a site visit that took place before this meeting. At this moment, I would like to declare that I was not at the site visit and would be excusing myself from partaking in this meeting. Before I do so, I would like a proposer for who would someone to take on the chairmanship for the rest of the meeting. If I can get someone to propose. Councillor Mulholland.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I would propose Councillor Mitri take a chair as he was at the site visit.
And do I have someone who can second that?
I most definitely second that.
Thank you, members. Kyle, if you would like to, Councillor Mitri, would you like to come up and take over the chair? I am not.
Okay, members, just going to take this moment to invite any other declarations. Anyone that wants to declare that they were not at the site visit, feel free to do so.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would like to declare I didn't make the site visit, so not partaking part in this section of the meeting. Thank you.
Alderman Barr.
In the same vein, Chairman, I wasn't able to go to the site visit, so I'm going to excuse myself from the meeting. Thank you.
Alderman Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in the same ground. I wasn't fit to make the site meeting, so I disappeared.
And Councillor Duffy.
I'm here, Chair. I wasn't there, so I'll abstain.
There. Okay, members, we will proceed to application number LA 08 2021-0648. At this point, I will call upon Roisin to bring the report forward.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks full planning permission for a change of use from a dwelling to a 6-bedroom house of multiple occupancy at 27 Tandragee Road, Portadown. Members will recall this application was previously presented to members at the meeting in January with a recommendation to approve. At that meeting, it was agreed that the application be deferred for further information regarding the number of HMOs in the area and an assessment of the impact of the character of the area. The application was presented back to committee in May with a recommendation to approve, and at that meeting it was agreed the application would be deferred for a site visit by members and an accident report being obtained from DFI Roads. The site visit took place on the 15th of May and the attached report lists those in attendance as well as details of the members' queries. In relation to the accident report which was requested by members, DFI Roads have clarified that there has only been one recorded accident on this stretch of road in the last 5 years and 3 recorded accidents in the last 10 years. They've also confirmed that no records are kept of minor accidents. At the site visit, queries are raised with regard to the availability of parking to the rear of the terrace of properties as identified on the parking analysis. The agent has confirmed that the applicant has access to the rear of the property, and to his knowledge, the allocation is 1 parking space per property. He advises there is always availability to park to the rear anytime he frequents the property. However, just before I came out to planning committee, I took a phone call from an owner of one of the properties. He has contested that this area is available for parking. He advises he owns it and it's required to be kept clear for servicing and emergency vehicles. I would, however, point out that was only one area that had been identified in the parking analysis as availability for parking. As members have previously been advised, there's an existing HMO at number 23 Tandragee Road, which was the subject of an enforcement investigation. However, this investigation has closed as the breach is immune from enforcement action. Number 82 Tandragee Road is the subject of a live planning application for change of use to a HMO. There are no external alterations proposed to the building. Having regard to the fact the site is located within a primarily residential area, there are no external changes and the proposal will retain the building in a residential use. Officers remain satisfied there will be no unacceptable impact on the character or visual appearance of the area. Therefore, the application is being presented back to committee with an unchanged recommendation to approve. Would you like me to go through the slides again? Yeah. Yep. So you'll see that this is our application site. You can see it's Tandragee Road coming out of Portadown. And this is an aerial view of the proposed site. Obviously you'll be aware we've been out on site. It's the end terrace of our terrace of properties. And this is the site location plan that was submitted with the application site outlined in red. And this gives you an indication of HMOs on the Tandragee Road. So as I said, there is one close by, which was the subject of enforcement investigation that is now closed as it's immune. These are the existing elevations and plans of the property. And these are the proposed plans. So you can see the proposal is to increase it by 1 bedroom. And this is a photograph of the site. And another photograph of the site taken further up Tandragee Road. And just another photograph of the site again from the Tandragee Road. This is Anna Business Centre. You'll recall on the day of the site visit, we went up and had a quick look. This area is one of the areas that has been identified as being availability for parking. And again, we walked around and had a look. This was the area that was identified to the rear of the properties that was available for parking. However, as I say, I have had a phone call from someone who said that he owns it and it isn't available, although the agent told me that to his knowledge, it was available and 1 space was allocated to the property. And this is a photograph of Lower Thomas Street, which has been identified in the park analysis as having availability for parking. And again, these are the 4 areas that were identified. And I have visited the site. Obviously, we were on site at 10:30 in the morning. You could see the level of parking that was taking place at that time. I visited the site between 8:30 and 9 o'clock midweek to see what the availability of parking was. And there was availability up at Anna Business Centre. There was 8 or 9 spaces available. There was spaces available across the frontage of the site. And again, those spaces available on the Lower Thomas Street. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that, Roisin. At this point, members, I'm happy to open it up for questions. If anyone would like to ask any questions to Roisin at this point? Councillor.
Thanks, Chair. Roisin, do you remember when we were out at the back of the property, you couldn't actually get into it? So where does the parking lie there?
Yes, that's the area that I was referring to that I queried with the agent. Now there is a part of it that's gravelled and you probably could park 2 cars on it. He says he's allocated, sorry, the agent has advised that the applicant has been allocated a parking space to the rear, but it's not identified as where it is. However, as I say, I did get a phone call from a gentleman. It says that the area has to be kept clear for servicing and emergency vehicles. But again, it's only one area that was identified. There were a number of areas identified that with, you know, available parking, you know.
Yeah. Just going to bring Councillor O'Dowd back in.
Thanks, Chair. I totally get it where the parking's concerned, because there's not a street in Ireland that you'll not, you know, have issues with parking or one thing or another. That day we went out, we all had enough cars, do you know what I mean? And there was room for us all to park. I know that was morning time, if memory serves me right. Yeah, but there was ample room there, you know, to park. You know, so where the parking's concerned, I wouldn't.
Yes. One question I would have, Roisin, just with regard to the parking survey that was carried out. I think in a previous meeting I had laboured on the or maybe drew attention to the fact that the parking survey was carried out in 2021, about 3.5 years ago. In the parking survey, it said, I think if I'm not mistaken, that there were 7 parking spaces to the rear of the property. Does that maybe just allude to the fact that that was in 2021? Was that the case then? Because now since it's maybe been clarified with the agent, there's really only 1 parking space for the house specifically. So
On the basis of what I could see on the ground, it doesn't look like it has changed significantly in the past couple of years. I appreciate what you're saying. There's an area that is grassed and it appears to be used as garden, which possibly may have been parking at one point in time, but I don't think we could, you know, it could be shown as parking now. I think the max that probably could be considered by ourselves would be 1 parking space to the rear there.
okay, and one thing again, I think we possibly have been over this because I know this has returned to committee a few times, but in terms of actually parking on the footpath, I know that's not enforced necessarily by parking wardens and things like that, but that does certainly seem to be an issue in the area, and I know previously I think that was actually raised by Councillor Duffy just with regards to road safety. We had asked about a road accident survey to be or a road safety assessment to be carried out. Is it correct there was only 1 accident reported, and was that within the last 5 years? Because I've been told, again, just trying to understand how that assessment's actually carried out. I've been told that there's been many minor accidents that have taken place, but I understand perhaps for the benefit of that assessment, maybe that they're not taken into consideration if they haven't been reported to police or if the DFI aren't made aware of that. So if you can just expand on that, please.
Yes, this was raised obviously at the last planning committee, and again, we discussed it at the site visit. Originally, Roads came back and said there was 1 recorded accident on this stretch of road in the last 3 years. I asked them to expand that a wee bit, so they said there's 1 in the last 5 years and 3 in the last 10 years. If we want further details of those accidents, we have to request that of the PSNI, but at this point in time, I haven't asked for those because they are simply stating that how many accidents there are. He did also confirm that no records are kept of minor accidents, so we have no way of knowing. If records aren't kept, we can't, you know, quantify that.
Yes, and just a general question again. In previous meetings, I've perhaps loaned on the concern that or leaned on the concern that the character of the area has changed. I would see it as the natural distinction, the boundary almost between town centre and the composition changing to family dwellings, residential, almost exclusively residential housing. It seems to be in the Anna Bridge. From the site meeting, we were able to sort of observe that for ourselves. Where you go through the Anna Bridge, and then Tangigy Road is quite distinctly different in its makeup to Thomas Street, where you have 23 existing HMOs. So could I just ask, in terms of the local development plan and the ongoing review, will there be any more information as to how character is considered? Because I'm aware, obviously, we don't have our own HMO policy at place, and it feels as though, as members, our hands are perhaps quite tied when it comes to these specific applications, that we do not have an official policy to be led on, to be guided on. So if we can just have a wee bit more information on that.
Sure, like, thank you. And look, I think we just need to be very, very careful here, members, around the discussion in terms of just having regard to the protocol, because the protocol is very clear that whenever we've deferred for a site visit or for additional information, that the discussion that follows is focused on those particular issues. Sure, I'm only raising this to make sure that we stay within the terms of the protocol and not stray outside of it. So look, it's not to try and prevent that sort of discussion going forward, but it's just to ensure that we stay within the terms of the protocol. Hopefully that helps, members.
Okay, are there any further questions, members, specifically relating to issues discussed in the site visit? No. Okay, I'm happy to open up to comments specifically.
It's just one comment. I think Roisin has covered everything that we've asked. She has dotted her T's and crossed or dotted her T's, like seriously. It's too late now, please. Dotted her I's and crossed her T's. And I don't think there's anything else Roisin could have done to bring the information forward. So is there looking a proposer at this stage? Okay.
Yes, we'll just allow for Councillor Mulholland's comment, and then we'll open up to a decision.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a wee sort of comment, I suppose. It's just when I'm reading through the appendix here, obviously there were 5 objections received from 5 different postal addresses, and it was obviously the petition signed with over 103 people sort of not happy about this. And one thing that just sort of jumps out to my mind, and I sort of highlighted in I suppose in something that came before tonight, and it's just when it's noted down here in the report, is one thing that they were concerned of was the devaluation of property. I kind of think it would be a wee bit remiss of us to make a decision on this when there's going to be information coming back about the devaluation of property when HMOs are being approved in areas, and especially when this is in the Portadown area, and that information is going to be based on the Portadown area. So that's just my comment, would be to wait until that information is brought back to give us a better understanding of a fuller picture about the scenario around this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mulholland. Members, I'm happy to move towards a decision now. So if we have any proposal in place, I'll call upon Councillor O'Dowd.
Thanks, Chair. Look, this is the second time that this has been here, and Roisin has asked everything, or has done everything we've asked of her, and I'd be happy to propose this, the officer's recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor O'Dowd. Call upon Councillor Donnelly.
Just like the second Councillor O'Dowd's proposal, because when we were out, there was ample parking. Was around that garage and all, there's a lot of parking around there. So it shouldn't be a problem with the parking anyway.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. So we have a proposal to accept, a proposer and a seconder to accept the recommendation of the officer. Councillor Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair. I'm afraid I wouldn't just be in favour with that at this moment in time. I'd rather wait until more information came back and then make a decision. Thank
you. Okay. So is that an official proposal to defer until such a period when we have further information into the devaluation of properties? I would just, yep. I would just also like to perhaps add to that, if we were making another proposal, I would like perhaps a further exploration with the PSNI if information can be obtained into minor accidents and things like that that have happened previously. Because certainly as someone who knows the area well, I've heard of many instances in the past where there have been minor accidents. And I was surprised, to be honest, to hear that there was only one accident in the area in recent years anyway. So I would perhaps propose that as well. Yes, I'm just going to bring Anne in just to guide us for 1 second. Okay, yes, so I'm just going to seek legal advice at this point in time. Do we have a proposer? Yeah, proposed by Councillor Mulholland and seconded by Councillor O'Dowd. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, yes, so while we're in open session, my proposal would be that we seek more information from, well, we defer the application to seek more information from the PSNI obtaining to minor accidents that have taken place on the Tandragee Road over the last 5 years. That's one piece of information specifically what I would like to have a wee bit further information on. And yes, so the original proposal and proposer and seconder, the proposition was made by Councillor O'Dowd that we accept the recommendation. So we now, yep. So we now vote on this, members. Okay, members, so we will now vote on the proposal made by Councillor O'Dowd and that was seconded by Councillor Donnelly to accept the recommendation of the officers. So first of all, Councillor Donnelly, yes, no, or abstain.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Mulholland.
No, Chair.
And Councillor O'Dowd.
Yes, Chair.
And then finally myself, I'm voting no. Yes. And then I will use my casting vote as the chair in this instance. And I would, yes, propose that we yes. Specifically just okay. So yes, the proposal fails, and then we will now vote on the secondary counter proposal. Hasn't been seconded. No.
Seconded.
Okay. Okay. I will bring in Councillor Mulholland.
Yes, Chair, I'd like to second your proposal.
Okay, members, we will now vote on the counter proposal made by myself to seek additional information from the PSNI loaning to minor accidents in the area. So I will bring in Councillor Donnelly.
Neil, no.
Councillor Mulholland.
Yes, Chair.
And Councillor O'Dowd.
No, Chair.
And then myself, I will vote yes. And I will use my casting vote to carry the counter proposal that we seek additional information from the PSNI loaning to minor accidents in the Tandragee Road. Thank you, members.
Good evening, members. We're back, and this is the last application for this evening. It's been a long one, but we've got there in the end. And Sinead has been waiting very patiently to present this report. This is application LA 08 2022 1375F. So Sinead, please, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The proposal is for the erection of office facilities to serve existing developments at numbers 33 and 35 Seago Industrial Estate and all associated site works, including new car parking. And the reason is before the Planning and Regulatory Service Committee tonight is because the application hasn't attracted an objection from a statutory consultee, NI Water, and is recommended for approval. The application site is located within the development limit of the Craigavon urban area on land zoned as existing industrial land. As the proposal is for office development, the SPPS and policy PED 1 of PPS 4 would direct such uses to the town centre, and a sequential test be applied for those that are not within the town centre. However, following due consideration and importantly, by the reason of the fact that proposed officers are ancillary and in conjunction with the main industrial uses on this site, officers are of the opinion this is not relevant in this case. As regards to design, layout and amenity, these have been fully considered within the report and no concerns have been raised. The application site is located on zoned industrial land and is well separated from residential receptors. Officers in consultation with the Environmental Health Department are satisfied that given the nature of the proposal and the separation distance to nearest dwellings, the proposed use will not have any unacceptable adverse impact on residential amenity. As regards to traffic, access and parking, the access to the site is already of a suitable standard to accommodate the development. The proposal will create 32 car parking spaces as well as 2 commercial parking spaces and 3 cycle parking spaces. Due to the location of the site, the existing parking provisions within the area, and looking at this proposal on its individual merits, officers in consultation with DFI Roads, the competent authority in these matters, are satisfied that when assessed in the round, the proposed parking provision is acceptable. In respect to flooding and drainage, the required drainage assessment has been submitted and this has been appraised by Rivers Agency, who have offered no objection. NI Water, the competent authority on matters relating to water and sewage infrastructure, have advised that a high-level assessment has indicated potential network capacity issues. For this reason, NI Water is recommending connections to the public sewage system are curtailed and the applicant will need to submit an application to NI Water for a wastewater impact assessment. NI Water will assess a proposal to see if an alternative drainage or treatment solution can be agreed. Officers note that an appeal reference 2021 A0231, the Planning Appeals Commission were advised that the developer may have to undertake a wastewater impact assessment, and the PSC negatively conditioned the development, requiring no development to take place until a wastewater impact assessment has been submitted to and approved by that council. Confirmation has been provided from the agent that an engineering solution for the disposal of wastewater can be found. Accordingly, in line with that appeal decision, officers consider that the imposition of a negative planning concession is necessary. This would prohibit commencement of any development until a wastewater impact assessment confirms that a sewage connection can be made or that alternative provision for disposal of sewage is made, and this has to be submitted and agreed in writing by the planning authority. This would ensure that any concerns in respect of sewage capacity are properly addressed before this development can proceed. Finally, as regards to economic consideration, CHC started out in 1969 as a plumbing and heating company servicing the domestic market. It has grown from those early days into a company that now employs over 143 employees and have a consistent turnover of 23 to 26 million annually. This contract alone is generating another 20 office roles for which they want to employ local people. The potential impact of this proposal on the local economy is the material consideration in the assessment of this application, and officers have attached limited but not determined weight in this regard. Having regard to the above and after undertaking a policy assessment and planning balancing exercise, Officers of the Pin Post development complies with area plan, the SPPS and all other relevant planning policies. And on that basis and subject to the condition attached within your report, it is recommended that planning permission be granted. Just taking you through the PowerPoint presentation, members. So that just shows location of the site within the general area. So it's within Seago Industrial Estate. Next slide, please. So that's an aerial view of the site. Directly adjacent is CHC premises and temporary office accommodation. To the western side of the site is the F3 premises. To the south of the site is the Peugeot garages, and to the north is the BMW complex. Next slide, please. That just shows the site location plan outlining areas in red, which include the 2 industrial uses. Next slide, please. The offices are to the eastern side of the site, as in your slide there in dark blue. The sharing of car parking and new parking areas are to the north of the site. Next slide, please. That's proposed elevations, 2 stories, measuring height of 7.2 metres, a total floor area of 983 square metres. Smooth and textured paneling, coloured white, dark grey and red, and there's extensive glazing along the front elevation. Next slide, please. That's floor plans, which are typical office arrangement. Next slide, please. Shot just shows sections that shows that how they are working the site. They're working with the existing gradient in the land, but the overall scale is in keeping with the surrounding developments. Next slide, please. So that's a view of the site towards the site sitting or standing within the industrial estate. You can see the Seago slip road there in the background, and then off that is the M12. The buildings in the background there would actually be within Carn Industrial Estate. Next slide, please. So that shows another view of access to the site. That tree that you can see there is being retained. The rear of that is going to be car parking, and then that slight raised area is going to be the office development. Next slide, please. So that's on the site looking back. So at the minute they put up temporary offices, that'll be taken away for the car parking, and that just shows the access out onto the main industrial estate. Next slide, please. So that's just within the site, looking north towards the BMW complex. Those trees that you can see in the background there can and will be retained. Next slide, please. That just shows the back of the F3 premises, which is another premise associated with this development, and additional car parking will be provided along this area. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Sinead, for your report and presentation. Members, over to you on the floor. If any questions for Sinead in relation to this application. I see no lights. Open for debate, members. Any comments on Councillor Duffy?
I'll keep them brief, Chair. No, it's good to see a small business grow so big, and probably help from the council and the development through the planning minefield as it can be, and good news story for the borough.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. I think we can concur with those comments. Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I agree, and I suppose it's good to see that it benefit the workers there at that business when they're moving from this temporary accommodation that maybe been there a good long time to purpose-built office facilities. And it's great to see the additional parking spaces there. Obviously, that area would be not too far from the various Black Path cycle networks there and put down Craigavon, helping to improve active travel. So seems to be a pretty strong application. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. No more other comments on the floor. I seek a proposal. Councillor Duffy.
I oppose the officer's recommendation, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. And Councillor Moodry.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, happy to second the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, members all in agreement? No dissenting voices, all in agreement, nodding heads. I think that's us. Members, I want to thank you very much for bearing with us this evening. Thanks to planning officers, member services, and our legal advice, as well as AT for getting us there in the end. I want to wish you all a very good evening and safe journey home, guys. Thank you.